Happy fucking solstice. Oh, god damn it. Trying to do multiple things at the same time. Just really annoying to try and do. By the way, there's studies that show that men and women both suck at multitasking, and multitasking is generally not a great thing. I swear people will try and turn anything to a sexist thing. The coffee was boiling in a pot that it doesn't seem to produce a lot of steam. So now it's like burned coffee. I don't know, it's not that good. I'm going to try and pretend I like it and fool myself into thinking I like it. That would be good. Well, that's real great. Bunch of stuff. Well, I went for a nice walk this morning. That was fun. A little solstice walking around. Oh, jeez. It's my La Crusette pot. I thought it's a brand name. La Crusette. This is a really cool pot because the lid for it fits right on there like that. Very heavy enamelware. And then this can also be used as a pan. Isn't that convenient? It is. All right. Well, I think I'll just turn this pot off. I've cooked up the vegetables. I've cooked up the pasta. And, well, I guess I should drain the pasta. Jesus. No, it'll keep cooking a little bit. Fuck it. Oh. Anyway, I want to sit the fuck down somewhere. Like, somewhere outside in the beautiful sun. If there's any sun you should really appreciate it, it's the sun of the solstice, winter solstice sun, you know? Fuck. Well, one bad thing that is currently occurring is that when I turn on my computer, it shuts off moments later. And not moments even, seconds later. It just barely boots up and then it crashes, which is kind of sucky, in my opinion. Which means I may now be without a computer. So that is a difficult problem. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, this is nice out here. Look how nice this is. It was a couple cloudy days. Now it's not cloudy at all. I don't mind. I don't even think it's noon yet. Birds are happy. Actually, that's a presumptuous statement to make. They are making noises, and they're not singing because it's a language, and they definitely communicate in it. I do not speak any bird languages, unfortunately. Nor do I really care. Okay. Fuck. Oh, I gotta fucking drop this thing off somewhere. Uh, yeah, it sucks about my computer because that means I can't record videos and store them anywhere. I'm already having problems with that. I did get a new 1 terabyte drive, which is filled up with a whole bunch of crap. Get out of here. That I need to upload and then delete in order to have more space. That is the deal, baby. All right. What happened to sitting around and relaxing? God damn it. Well, I gave the little puppy some sardines, and she ate some of them, and now Mayhem is in there finishing them up. Mayhem is the only dog that stays close to me right now. It's not a good thing necessarily. So the other dogs should have a closer relationship with them, you know. Oh fuck. Okay. Well. I do need to find out if there's a GPS app for a phone, which will record the track you're on, even if they don't have signal. I mean, the GPS thing comes from the satellites, so I shouldn't have signal. I shouldn't have to have signal to get what I want to get. But I do, and I like that. I know that most people usually have signal, and that, you know, software designers probably don't have a lot of sympathy or empathy for people who don't have signal, but that's exactly when you might want it the most. You know, if you're living too far out, the whole world doesn't have signal, you know. I don't have signal. So, well, that's good. Well, that is going to suck if my computer's dead. I have been looking at these mini PCs because really, when you buy a laptop, you're paying for having a screen with you all the time and a keyboard with you all the time. And I don't travel. I'm not a traveling dude. And so, if we can make those other objects be external, the mouse already is, the kind I like to use, then I can just be putting my money into an object where if one of the other two objects goes bad, that's a different problem. And I think the energy use in some of those small mini PCs is less than a laptop. I don't know that. I got to check that out. Of course, you got to add in then the expense of the screen as well. But that way, I could also buy the most energy efficient screen, with that being the primary objective there. And I can hook in and out hard drives as needed and be really organized about what hard drives have what kind of stuff on them, and combine that then with a workflow for video in particular. I should probably have both. I should have a laptop and I should have a. Well, that seems ridiculous. I can't use them both at the same time, can I? Yeah, I can. I'm a busy dude. Anyway, I'll look into that. Also, I really want to get really mini computers, like tiny little computers, uh, for running stuff like the weather station. The weather station needs a way to upload, and I now have wireless on all the time, and so it could be with the device I have right now that I could actually run the weather station all the time. But I also want to have a webcam. I think that'd be really cool. Um, a webcam that is always over the lake, and a webcam that is always on a spot people can just walk up to and maybe figure it out so that so that people so that it has a motion sensor on it, and maybe it only broadcasts when there's people on the camera and or on the motion sensor. So maybe it would even record people walking across the screen. I don't know. Okay, excellent. I've achieved pasta sauce. No, that's pasta. I also have pasta stuff too. And I'm hungry. What's going to happen now? I don't know. Okay. The thing is that broadcasting a webcam really doesn't take much energy in terms of electrical energy. And and it's pretty fucking cool. So it's interesting to think about the crossover between a webcam and a trail cam. Trail cameras are made for wildlife usually, but I would actually like to have them at all crossing points and the idea of surveillance cameras is pretty well explored, and I think I should have them at every entry point to the Bosque and build them into schools and things. Uh, and then have them at the Barranca. Have ones that can work on infrared. That'd be great. Okay, okay. Ouchies. Okay, excellent. Fuck yeah, baby. I just want to sit down and relax. But it turns out that's difficult sometimes. Hi, little honey. You're all covered in seeds again. You little weirdo. Oh, I have coffee out here in a notebook. How pleasant. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay. Everything is great. Yeah. Ah. Get him, Wade. Get. Oh. Okay. Damn it. All right, I got food. That's awesome. Yeah. Good shit. Oh, yeah. You know, I should ask in Tokwer if they know how to ship stuff to the U.S. pretty well. Also, past there, there's a place that specializes in shipping. They have a sign up. So we need to ask them if they can ship paintings to the United States. Uh, I've got to figure out how to do something useful I'm willing to do, which is fairly difficult at this point. Because, I don't really want to deal with people very much anymore. It just doesn't seem like a good idea. Although I guess really that's just a matter of setting my own terms of how I'm willing to deal with people. That would be good. And I think other people need that too. I think people are just bumping into each other, occasionally bumping uglies, and popping out new people. And it, to me, oh, good. I ate food. Yum. I'm gonna have to go into town at some point. I'd rather not. There's not a lot of choice. I need things. Uh, Currently have a little bit of dog food, enough for a week or two. So that's fine. Fuck, I'm afraid to go even try out my computer again. Dog, stop doing everything. She winks at me like a cute little girl and does not give any fuck what I'm saying because she also doesn't understand it. She's chewing on a plastic top of a container that was destroyed. A rat originally made a hole into the plastic container, a mouse, whatever. And so she's just sitting there chewing on it. She's all the more reason to go into town and get some dog bones, not of dogs, but for dogs. Get cow bones for dogs. So, goofy little girl. But yeah, I always dump those up at the View, and I haven't been down there since I moved. So that is another reason I should go to town. Well, I guess I should probably go for another walk today. I walked down by the Dimple and then up the other edge to Bliss. That was pretty cool. It's been a while since I've been down there, and it was pretty exciting. Yesterday I went over to the South Gate, and that was cool to take a look at. Uh, would be good to restore the trail system I brought my GPS, but I didn't GPS anything. I was too busy stumbling over shit, fucking branches everywhere and things growing over, and some of the time I wasn't even on a trail because I couldn't find it. You know, but that's another reason to in a lot of spots make new trails, and I think the key is to make a whole bunch of trails in the smartest spots that are on contour, and then figure out how to connect those, which is a different matter. But make the on contour ones first, and even in spots like up above, up on the land up here, uphill, there's some really cool spots actually, and those could use places like, for example, between the road and the top of that area, in between, have a trail that cuts across, and that just opens up a whole bunch of really cool land. And then on the top of anything, any top location, flatten that out, make really nice flat spots in the top of places. And of course, some of those trails will end up connecting to places that get widened out over time, and or they connect to somewhere. It's just you got to be able to walk everywhere. It's things are going great. It's been 17 years now, and I've dug a lot of trails, and most of them have grown over, but they weren't all stupid. And in fact, I should write up the rules for how we would put trails where we would. And of course, laying out roads, if you're going to make roads, is a better idea. Well, you might start a road by building trails. And I built trails that I'm glad weren't roads, because they were not all in correct places. I need to have a good altimeter on my phone, or I have a GPS as well that has an altimeter. I don't know how accurate it is, but uh, like I'm looking at a grove over there a ways, and from the bottom of it, I want a trail that goes on level to somewhere. By definition, I can't do that. Instead, I should look at the top of it, figure out where that level is, and then just make level trails that go along the side of that barranca there. And I used to have one, I think. So level trails anywhere is a good idea. Guess I got to clean the fireplace out and make a fire. It's weird the bees aren't out. Are they out and I just can't see them? Have I finally pissed them off enough that they will move away to some other place? That'd be really cool if they swarmed and decided to live somewhere else. It's the whole forest, you know? They can live anywhere, but not here. They gotta go. As I think about who and how to invite people here, I think I should focus some energy on inviting people who have their own vehicles they're traveling in. You know, van lifer type people, and I should figure out what the road can probably handle. And I think it's probably 19 feet, a 19-foot vehicle, 12 maybe. Wait, 19? I have a 19-foot van, right? So maybe 20, I don't know. And I need to improve all the entrances to make it so someone can actually get here. That's been an ongoing problem forever. And make specific invites for people. I guess I just need to add that to the application to come here. Well, I guess I got to rev the plan for next July. The months go by very quickly here, and I need to make a special application for coming during that period of time, or I need to adjust my current application to help categorize people according to what they believe their function here should be. Um, Rita, hi. Why are you chewing on plastic? That's stupid. She likes it. It's chewing a fucking stick or a bone. Next time I get bones from the butcher, I'm going to dump them not right here. That would be funny, but no. I'll dump them somewhere nearby. In fact, I think I should dump in different places all the time. It's also a good thing to bring here for people who are coming here. If they were arriving, like anytime between, if they were going through Oranga anytime between 10 a.m. and let's say 2 p.m., they could buy a Costal, although sometimes those are permeable to liquid stuff. So how thinking about how to buy dog bones is a good question. Like you want to have some protection for the floor of your vehicle. I mean, heck, you could buy a 5 gallon bucket and have them fill that up. But I usually use a Costal, and my van's already pretty dirty anyway. But I do have a tarp down, so. But bringing up dog bones would be great gift for the dogs and the land, and it's an exception to the don't feed the dogs rule. Um, that'd be a great thing to bring. Nice donation. Somebody's coming from Morelia or Mexico City or Guadalajara or traveling around. I guess I need to make a bunch of short videos that I could give to someone. The links to the ones that are applicable to them, like coming in on foot, coming in on a vehicle, uh, and coming in on foot would imply either like a cyclist or I guess on a bus. They're similar. I like supporting cyclists anyway. I've had a number of cyclists come through here, and I think that's a very cool way to travel. It's extra cool. So there's just so many factors about different things. God damn, it's pretty out. Hummingbirds and bees and other insects and a bunch of seeds that need to get collected. Damn, it's okay. We're doing okay on seed collection. We could always do better. Well, damn. My computer's dead. That's very bad. I have a lot of footage on there actually that I need to get to real quickly because I want to use that footage I created to post a crowdfunding effort for a friend of mine. And I spent 3 days focused on that in different ways. And my footage is okay. You know, it has my bad Spanish in it. I have footage of me on the computer and also on the computer. It's all on the computer. Every bit of it. That's a difficult problem if I can't boot the computer up. And why is it not booting? Fuck it. I'm going to try it right now. One failure leads to another in many cases. All right. Cross your fingers. Computer's not that old, really. All right, it's plugged in. It shouldn't be, unless it's in use. Everything is plugged in right there. We will pretend everything is okay, and then it will be. God damn, it's hot out there. Okay, so I just turned it on and it turned back off. Here we go. Turn on. Oh, it just turned off. Fuck, 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 fuck. Suffering fuckatash. That is a very, very bad problem to have. Very, very bad. All right, well, I'll unplug it, shut it down. That is a very bad problem. Because that kind of problem is not an easy fix. And nothing happened, nothing weird occurred that would cause that to happen. It wasn't dropped, it hasn't moved. It was working. I've done updates to it fairly recently, but not any that you know, not so recently that that's the cause, you know, of it being fucked up. Yeah, baby. Okay, well, shit. That's going to shut me down completely. So I can't use my video camera if I can't have a place to put things on the video camera into the computer and then upload them. Okay, so I would consider this an emergency situation. I'm tempted to go buy a computer. I did talk about mini PCs because, you know, I have external monitors, I have external keyboard, and that would allow me a considerable amount of flexibility. Probably have low power use. And I need to be online very fast. And I actually need data that's on that computer. But I could, you know, I could probably try and recover here. The data that's on the computer is a big problem. I can't even think about popping the hard drive out and then trying to access that. The good thing is that actually I disabled BitLocker, and so the data should be unencrypted, and I should be able to plug the hard drive into a reader thingy, and I need to look up that model of computer, and then I should be able to copy it onto another thing. All this is a pain in the ass. And I need to be uploading a bunch of stuff because I'm way behind. So I don't know. That all sounds very difficult. In theory, someone's coming down in February, so Maybe I could have them bring me down a computer if I can pay for it. Uh, that is a difficult problem, I tell you. Uh, well, that means my only communication is this little phone right here. And that's very limiting. I used to write a lot online, and I have stopped writing as much online since I no longer have as good a computer access, but all of my computer access now will have died. Um, which kind of sucks, actually. There's no more coffee left. All I got was burned bullshit coffee. That sucks. I need an attachment for a tripod that puts a cell phone on it in either horizontal or position. I believe I've owned two such objects in my lifetime, and they suck. Um, one other thing I can do for communications, if I'm going to have this problem, is I can still record videos in other locations. I just have to remember exactly how long they are and which file it is, and then delete those as I go along. Upload them and delete them, upload and delete them on various topics in different places. I think that's the only answer. I do have this cool little Brunton solar panel thing. Looks like that. And it has, I should look it up actually and find out what the fuck. I don't barely know how it works, but, oops. Apparently it needs to be pointed to the sun. Sorry. Um, so that's kind of cool. It's a little bit bulky. I'm sure there must be a thinner one made now, but uh, you know, I'm currently in a pretty severe electrical problem situation, which is good for me. It's very uncomfortable, but it's a great reminder of the importance of electricity, of the difference between none and a little bit. I actually believe that the industrial world should do everything they can to get into the hands of anybody who doesn't have electricity in the world for whatever reason. I don't really care why. Uh, and get people at least minimal, tiny electric so that they can be connected to the world, so that they can have the devices that we consider basic, you know. And this goes for homeless people. This goes for people in countries where the economy is fucked up for whatever reason. I'm not looking to blame anybody for anything. I'm just thinking minimal electric is in some ways more important to focus on than even housing. And you can imagine like what set of apps would help you as a person who didn't have a home or was impoverished in an economy that was difficult. Could be anywhere in the world. And what what resources would most help that person? And I would say a smartphone or tablet and a solar charger for it and available free Wi-Fi spots. Um, I think about the people around here, and more and more of them do have wireless, which is totally cool. I believe it would be worth it to get a town wireless system fixed up, you know? Like, I would love it if the town got Starlink and put it in a very central location. And that most central and best location is the basketball court. I was just over there in Yotatiro, and they were putting in more seating, and they're going to extend the roofs. They're just doing awesome work over there. It's so cool. I love that little town. And, dudes are all friendly and working, and it's kind of hard work. And I can't say they work real fast, to be honest. They're definitely not run around, but, they work at a nice, steady pace, and they move fucking rocks. I wouldn't want to move and pick up big, heavy things of concrete and wheelbarrows of concrete, and they're placing stones, and they're chatting the whole time and drinking some beers. Actually seems like a fucking good team to me. Maybe I should actually go over there again and talk to those guys and say, hey, what's your contact info and how much do you charge? And what kind of work can you do or not do? Because I have a ton of rock work that could happen right around here. I tell you, I have a ton of terracing I want to do, and almost all that terracing, I'm not imagining walls with it. Not. I'm going to plant the terraces with things that hold the wall, that hold the dirt there. Uh, and I've got experiments going of all kinds to do with that. Uh, got one down there. I need to actually clear out some of the extra plants and stuff. It's too grown over. It's difficult. But anyway, those guys seem real nice, and I don't know exactly what would be my priorities with rock work, but I do have some projects I would like to do. Some of them in the Barranca. Uh, I guess just like I have a list of other types of projects, I need to make a list of like, if I could magically put in rock work, where would I do it? And why? That would be a great question, And probably do that also in relevance to where I would want to dig in and place water storage containers of the big plastic variety and then cover them up. In other words, have hidden water locations just throughout everything. So that's a little trickier. And I guess at that point, I have to consider like, okay, where's the flattest spots? Where's the steepest spots? And how do I deal with those? And that's a question that luckily I don't have to think a lot about. I've already thought a lot about it, and I've done good things so far. There's still decisions to be made, very difficult decisions, and really I need to get a landscape architect in here, a civil engineer, and I need to tell them all my ideas, and then they should tell me why that's cool, and I should add to it some other idea, or why I'm forgetting about something, and that there's a better way to do it. And from that kind of conversation, then I can slowly understand even my own thinking and design rule set and change it, because I don't have enough confidence to believe that all of the things I'm thinking about are smart. but that's okay. I don't have the resource to do them anyway. And the things I have done so far have been mostly smart. And I need to write up what I think is smart that I've done. And I, unfortunately, and it's just as important, is I have to include some chapters, some conversations of things I've done that I would not do the same way. And therefore, in some sense, they're wrong. They're the wrong way. If I regret it, if I say, I would not have built a studio that way, which I do say, uh, then that means I fucked up. And I can tell somebody else how I fucked up and why that is. And maybe they won't fuck up in the same way. They fuck up in some other way. There's so many ways to fuck up. But there's quite a bit I would have done different. Oh, well, you live and learn. So yeah, I don't know what I would do with rock walls. Actually, come to think of it, I'd like to sculpt the land in a way that doesn't require any rock walls. And so, does the very idea kind of go against what I'm really trying to do? I don't know that. Um, Rock is a good material, especially if I can use the rock I have here. It's a very solid material. I can use concrete with it, and there are workers who can build things out of rocks and concrete. And so that's the cheapest thing that you can imagine. It is a known way to do it. Uh, and so I think I should do that. I should make a list. Like, of all the places I would put rock walls, where would I put them? Well, that's the problem is I'm having trouble thinking of that. Like, putting in a rock wall limits your future options, and I'm very cautious about that kind of thing. I have a garden over there that is surrounded in its concrete blocks. It's called the pool garden, and then there next to it the blackberry garden because there was a bunch of blackberries there, and the pool garden used to be a pool. But it's a tabicon. It's a concrete block enclosure, which either needs a good fence or it has no fucking point. The whole point is if it's an enclosed area that we should be able to keep dogs in it or out of it, one of the two. And I don't know which, and I don't care. But I need more enclosed areas in general. This one is not good enough for raising animals because the wall is too low. I do actually have to pick a place and start building high walls, high courtyards and walls, because in order to raise domesticated animals, which I'm only interested in chickens and rabbits. I'll listen to you if you like some other kind of animal, and I like burros, and they're on the list. But easy animals to raise, right? I want the easiest. So chickens and rabbits fulfill the most needs for the least amount of work, and they're really light on the land. And any food you throw at them, they turn into poo, and that fertilizes that spot. And you could rotate them through courtyards. You'd need a bunch of courtyards. And I don't even want to set it up so it's like just 4 courtyards. I mean, I just want to make more courtyards and be able to rotate things through places. If my dogs were not chicken killers. What's that noise? Don't like that noise. Frida, where you at? Oh, hi. Frida scares me. Look at that. Huge raven making that weird pig noise. That doesn't sound right. God damn, those things are huge. Monster birds. It's awesome. There's a woodpecker. Raven. What is the raven saying? I do not know. That's not what it's saying. That's what I don't know. Yes, I don't know. I'm very bad at speaking Raven language, apparently. It's terrible. It's tragedy. The hell kind of forest elf am I? God damn. It is sweet out here right now. I don't know if they're still at the same nest up there as they were. I think they might have moved, but I have to go up there and look at that. Uh, they had a huge nest um, inside of a tree, and they're apparently territorial since there's very few places that. I mean, sometimes they have parties, but normally, like they're pretty pair oriented, it seems, and so they'll have some babies, and then there'll be some babies, and then everybody moves on somehow. I don't know what happens. They're hard to keep track of, and they all look fucking the same. Uh, I mean, maybe if somebody had a good binoculars and a camera, they could distinguish them, but I'm not going to bother. It's too much work. They still steal my eggs from my chickens. Oh, share water, brothers and sisters. Uh, oh yeah. So this is the solstice, and damn, I'm loving the sun. This may be the shortest day of the year, but I'll tell you this: uh, the sun is a welcome and beautiful thing to have. I used to live in a place where it was very dreary and cloudy in the winter, and guess what? I did not like. I liked everything else about it, but the weather, no. I just wasn't into the gray, you know. It was just too much fucking gray over and over all the time, again and again. Oh, could not deal with it. Oh, holy fuck. What was that raven just doing? I know I need to put more water out, actually. I need to put as much water out for birds as possible. I need multiple bird baths that get filled multiple times a week. And I have extra water right now. And as I build, hopefully the amount of water I store will increase. And one of the very important clients for that water is somebody who's not going to pay their bill, but that's wildlife and birds and all that. But if we can create a bunch of tiny oases of water available to wildlife and birds and insects and all that, if we can figure that into the budget and say that's a priority, then we get to live in a fucking amazing park. The reward is that there'll be much more bird life here. The reward is there'll be more wildlife, and most of that people won't see, and it doesn't really attack you or bother you. There's no lions or bears. There are some large felines, but you'd be lucky to see one. They're so shy, and they'll hear you coming from far, far, far away because that's how they survive. And if anything, they would consider you a massive threat, and you are. Uh, anyway, but there's nothing that really is going to hurt you here. Rattlesnakes, you won't see one, and we're moving those. Uh, at this point, I'm trying to be really delicate with the land as I observe things, and I have made changes in certain places, uh, and everything grows back real fast, uh, sometimes faster than I would want. Oh, God damn. Looks a nice, pretty vine over here. I think that's growing on a tree somewhere, too. Where the hell was that at? It's not that one. That's different. Yeah, I want more vines on things. I got plenty of vertical space and trees and stuff that they don't care if a vine grows on them. Doesn't hurt them at all. Not that kind of vine. Passion flower. I got that way up that tree over there. That's fucking awesome. Why we don't have more of those, I do not know. We have tried. There are places we have tried to plant various things, and all of them died. And I believe it's because we planted too young of plants in too tough of spots. It's very simple, really. That makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Basically, the stage of going from in the nursery to out in the wild is a very frightening one. And that's why we should always be trying that out nearby and then move them out into the wild. Because once they're out in the wild, we're going to forget to water them and we might. Uh, uh, fuck. Ah, God damn. The harder I work with my legs, the more it hurts, but that's the only way to get better and stronger. It's kind of fucked up in some sense, I would say. I would call that pretty fucked up. Basically, I have to create pain to gain functionality, and that's a messed up kind of game to be playing, but what can I do? Nothing, apparently. Wow. I'm almost out of electricity totally. Like it's even worse. Fucking goddamn it. Where the fuck can I plug something in it? Arr. Okay. I can figure this fucking shit out. Nothing isn't. Here it is. Fuck you, motherfucker. Yeah. Okay. Kind of wanted to be outside. Why did I even come inside? I probably got too hot outside. Sometimes I'm in my head. I think a lot. I think in a fucked up way. Trust me, I've met normal humans, and I don't think I'm one of them. And that's just how it goes. Sometimes I can be very uncomfortable and not know why, which is really dumb. All right, let's put this here, and let's go outside into the glorious outside world. The solstice day. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. My legs are killing me. I could go sit in the shade, I guess. But I would prefer to sit out here in the sun. That is one nice thing about the terrasa, and it should be it provides shade and sunny spots so that, you know, you can decide where you want to sit. And I should actually be able to explain to people. In fact, I should put some chalk lines on the pavement. And for any given time of the year, I should know which places are sunny when. Because a lot of people in the morning, they might want the sun. They might love it. And then in evening, they might not want to sit in the sun because it's kind of gotten hotter out and the sun is very direct and it's just different feeling. And so marking both those spots for, I have sidewalk chalk. This would be fun. I should just go out there and mark like where the sun hits at noon. Make as many of those lines as possible and make a zone of where it hits at noon, and then draw a line down to the first places it hits in the eastern time, different color, and that'd be the sunrise, and then the sun going down, mostly in the west, and then that'd be a pretty color pattern. It would be great, really easy to read, really easy to understand, and it's just fucking chalk, right? It's not going to screw shit up. I don't want to put down paint or something quite yet, but that'd be a great kind of a design thing that would be fun to do. In fact, right now it's the solstice, right? If I can find my fucking sidewalk chalk, what the fuck time is it? Damn it. God damn it. Should have had this idea a few days ago. Well, that's how it's going to be. Oh. God damn, it's nice out here, I tell you. Super fucking nice. It's like, one question I do got to ask myself is if I want to welcome people here, and if I especially want to welcome people who are independent, they have their own vehicle, they have all the things that they need to camp out, theoretically, is I need to start making spaces for them to park. And that space should have a grill, and I should have charcoal for sale. Uh, and not the cheapest price in the world because it's fucking hard work to make charcoal. So we've done it, and that's where my charcoal came from. It came from right here. So, but I want to sell it for as much as they sell it for in some supermarket anyway. And I could even sell like a cote, to start fires with, and make these things be in really safe locations. So, because anything to do with fire, I'm very cautious about. Um, I could encourage people to bring a small propane tank and a small propane stove, and I could have uh, concrete tables, you know, available so that you could actually use that and cook. And I guess ultimately I need pagodas or something, and I need a bunch of them because I want to keep people away from each other to some degree. But I also don't want to make stuff that becomes garbage later or that costs more than the value that provides. So I don't know. It's a tough case. Um, I think temporary structures I don't generally like, but one really great thing about temporary structures, like a dome from Survival Systems or something, they have real nice domes. They're PVC and tarp stuff, and you know they're pretty cool. I owned a 20-foot one. The 30-foot one is a lot bigger because it's a circle, and when they say how many feet it is, that's the what is that called? The diameter, something like that. Yeah, and and so if you go up 10 extra feet, you get a lot more interior space. So I like either one of them probably. Um, and that would be cool here to kind of have a few of those, dig out flat spots in an area, set those up, and then attempt to start sculpting that land near there. Uh, and that would actually work for Alicante right here. We just weed whacked out what was the dance floor. Now now you can walk through it again. Um, yeah, I'd like to be able to provide better camping. Another idea, and this is an odd one, is to just take because I've got tons of pine trees everywhere in places I don't want them, and they're just going to fall over. Some of them are quite young, and they make really good poles, right? And I have literally an infinite number of them. I mean, not literally, obviously, but I mean, so one thing I could do is actually, this would be pretty smart, would be to just take those and a few of them, cut them down, see how long a piece we think we can use for that piece. You know, measure it and shit like that, and then seal it or don't, debark it or not. But it's a massive, cool building material that will last for some time. Seal it with pine resin. I guess in that case you'd have to debark it, wouldn't you? But I do just wonder, what if we just stuck that up onto two pillars that had a big V thing, you know, so that the log just sat within it. And when it rots, when it's time for that log to go, it goes away. How tall are those two pillars? Well, they are tall enough so that the tarp that we're going to run over it uh, is high enough that you can walk around. And what we should do for that is look up every tarp that's available from Trooper or whatever other business is easy to buy big tarps from, and get the largest standard size that isn't ridiculously expensive, and check the price per area, you know, calculate in the spreadsheet and shit. And the idea is that we get the most rain-proof, dew-proof space possible with one tarp. And there is the question of, well, where does the tarp end on the two sides, right? Because two sides are open, and I think that's okay. I'm just trying to keep people out of some wind and some rain. It's not a perfect thing. And my main thing is I want square footage, square meterage for the cost, and therefore I can offer camping all year round. And that tarp we can take up and put down as needed. And I think we should become experts at that. Just say, oh, tarp goes up, boom, it's up. Tarp goes down, boom, it's put away in a nice, safe place where there's no solar radiation. My fear is that how long will these tarps really last in the sun, you know? But the cool thing is that the main part of the structure, even when it rots, becomes firewood. So you can just harvest another pine tree. And there's places, I mean, I've got infinite numbers of them. So I need to look up the sizes and then do some calculating and wonder about it. Uh, but that'd be really cool to be able to suddenly cause extra cool spaces. Even I think for people who are traveling in their van or their RV, if I can have covered places that have access to those, you know, right now, if I was going to do that, I would actually tile it. I have tiles, I have extra tiles. So I want to put those in some spots. And really, I should just make a list. Like, where right now could someone park their RV and not bother me? Great question. I don't know. People generally kind of bother me. So I, that's why I'm so not inviting, really. What a beautiful place, though. I would love to share it. I guess I have to make a social contract with people about the COVID issues. I don't really give a fuck what other people's opinions are. I'm going to do things the way I do them here, and if people don't like it, don't come here. Number one rule is stay the fuck away from me. You know, I have a bottle of alcohol and water. I have about 8 of them at least in various places. And I can lend one to you, actually. If you would also like to do this, I can also sell you one. I don't know. Something can work out. I don't care if people are vaccinated or not, but if you get sick here, I'm going to let you die. You're not my fucking problem. I don't care what philosophy. I mean, I'm anti-government. I'm anti-forced vaccination, certainly. Uh, I'm currently unvaccinated, but probably will get vaccinated just because uh, the harm that will do to me is probably less than the harm of me getting COVID by surprise. In other words, I'd rather have it injected in a fairly controlled way to train my body to theoretically fight it off better. So that's my personal decision. And you know what? Even when I get, if I get inoculated, vaccinated, something, Even if I get that, I still don't want to be close to people because people who've already had COVID are getting it again. And I think that anybody here, really, in most areas that I have available here, people should stay in their area and only have contact according to the agreement of the people in that area. And we can have different rules for different spaces. But my actual goal is to have very little movement of people in and out, which also means people staying for longer. I want people to stay for a month at least, just because it's not worth it to answer all their questions and get them set up and teach them how to survive here. And right now, I mean, I'm in a fragile state, overextended. Uh, this is the most difficult of times I've ever had here. Uh, and now my expectations, because I'm able to kind of walk around some, are going up real fucking fast. My expectations of what I believe I need to accomplish and how I can do that. And I'm working with increasingly shitty tools and a deteriorating infrastructure. The only success is the forest and the plants. Um, and I guess I'm having a lot of success philosophically, thinking about what means what and how things work. And the people part, of course, is a puzzle for all of us, I think, if you're willing to think about things. And uh, God damn, that sun is really strong. Right now, I'm using a solar panel to power this thing, but I actually don't want to be in this much sun right now. It's uncomfortably sunny. I wonder if there's a place I can go that is more comfortable and there's sun. There is. What an interesting idea. Let's give that a shot, shall we? We shall. All right. Little dog, where you at? Hi, little doggin. How you doing? Oh. Bugs on me. just figuring out, like, if I was going to try and divide up the Bosque in some way, how the heck would I do that? And I figured a lot of things out. One is there's three areas on the south side, and all of those should maximize the impact of each space. I'll list them for you real quick just so you understand them. It is the point. The If you look at the map, it's down there. It looks like a big point, and that has really good southeastern exposure. It's got a lot of sun that can happen in there. Some view, not at the lake itself. I mean, it depends on what happens below that with that land, which I would love to buy. Um, but the cool thing is that that could all be developed as park, all that point area, and then into the slope, we could actually build a building that sucked in a lot of sunlight in a really pleasant way and was a really warm place to be and was open to the public on the downside of it, the part that you can see from the road and all that. And then the back part of it is housing, uh, and that's housing for people. There could be workshops that are exhibition workshops that depends on the type of craft, but especially quiet crafts. I mean, there could be places where you can see people working on painting something or making something. And then out of that point building, we have a back way on the very south part, a road that comes across below the casita. I also want to dig in and make somehow a crossing that is by a big oak tree that's between the road and the casita. And I want a crossing there as well. And those would be both controlled crossings. And then I want to build something at the current road location that comes in this direction. Um, so the point is one of them. Up from that, you've got Cute Hill. And by the gate currently, all of that does not get zoned as for any side of it. That is public land for transportation. Anywhere coming in or out of the property needs to have space for transportation to occur and, parking and stuff like that. I want to discourage vehicle use and encourage shared vehicle use, but vehicles happen, and I want them to happen in the least destructive way possible. Um, so there's Cute Hill area up from that transport area near the gate. Its views can be improved. It's grown over a lot, and there used to be better sunsets there, but now you can't see the sunset very well because too many pine trees grew up. I think we just need to sculpt that really carefully. There was a trail up this side of it that was kind of steep and cool among some cool rocks, and I think we should find that trail, improve it, dig in anywhere we can, make flatter spots and wider spots just so it's a little bit easier, and then plant some things in there that are pleasant to us, like thyme, whatever will live there, because it's a tough spot to live. So it's okay. Even if we didn't do anything, the ferns and the mosses and everything will take it over anyway. That's why it's even a hard trail to find right now. Like, I don't think I could find it. I'd have to go stumble around in a bunch of brambles and bushes and shit. And then there's the upper part, and the upper part is probably the most difficult to deal with. The most interesting thing about the upper part is that that is the road that I actually want to have used for people to get to the mesa. And so that's a more important road than it looks like. It avoids the very difficult road out there on the South Road. You wouldn't want to put your normal car on it. So, so that's actually the primary gateway, oddly enough, to get to the mesa, the far side, and it's possible that people would arrive from one direction and leave from another. That would be fantastic, actually. And that way, if I did have a larger number of people here, they wouldn't run into each other because there's a lot of spaces that that's a real problem. There's nowhere to pass. The South Road is fine going up to Zarzamora if you go through that gate and not one of the other ones. Um, I do have to think about a road that connects these three areas on the south, the upper one, the middle one, and the lower one. The lower one, Well, there's a lot of design considerations of possibilities there. Cute Hill, I'd like to keep it fairly park-like. I know I want to flatten out the top. I'd be willing to cut down a few trees. I know I want to plant the hell out of it. I want to make better trails to get up and down it, and maybe even in that case have a trail that goes up it and a different one that goes down it. And that means I can have less wide of trails, and that reduces the total footprint of the trails, and they probably look cooler too. And I can decide, like, and then there's from the top also that Cute Hill actually connects to a big flat area, and that's part of Cute Hill. I consider that big flat area part of Cute Hill, and there actually needs to be a gate right in there, so I need to put a gate to come into the property right there, um, and ultimately pave the road out there, but that's a whole other cost. So the north side, it's hard to say. I will assume that we will someday acquire access to that, but that is not a sure thing. And I believe that right now the biggest payoff, the biggest win, would be to fill up the Barranca, and that's a bulldozer job. And then that goes on the list of a whole bunch of bulldozer jobs, since it's not economically intelligent to hire a bulldozer and then use it for one job and then say thank you and then they go away, because it costs them a lot to move it here. There's a startup and leaving cost for them. And so I have to make a really good list of all bulldozer projects. And that would give me more certainty that I would have access to that far side all the time. Um, One of the bulldozer projects is actually to widen that whole upper road, the one that comes from the northeastern gate upslope, and to just widen the hell out of it. I mean, if that was a two-lane road right there, that would go a long way towards fixing my transportation issues, uh, and widen that all the way to the mesa. Widen that road all the way to Cosmic and Truth Cabanas. Shoot people all the way over there to the Barranca, and then start thinking about how I can block them in so that they can't go down slope very easily. Put in gates, and start to define areas of the Bosque with a bigger sense of identity, I think. Uh, and maybe actually then have it surveyed when I figure out where my boundary lines are. Put in concrete poles, something that's hard to move, real hard to move. And I have molds for that. And do it at the corner of every single property. That would be pretty damn cool. And pull lots back from the roads. Have the roads be super wide. You can either do that or you can have rules about how close to the property line someone can build. But in general, what appears to me to be the case around here is people will build right up to their property line. That's what appears to be the zoning laws here. And so the only way to solve that is to go ahead and make really wide public areas that separate properties so that it's not cramped. There's no fucking reason to design it in a way that feels cramped. And so that's an interesting thing about designing the different spaces, The mesa, I'm picturing as the hub of all activity. It is the center. Um, Even on the mesa, I kind of want to wall off that route that goes through. And that goes through by the Barranca. There's some tough design decisions, to make. But having a road that goes all the way from the south to the north end, if I could secure it better, would be fantastic. And then I wonder about the property south of me, right, where it's a lot easier to cross the Barranca. And if I was going to assume that I could buy that, then I would be way more tempted to um, fix the road so that it goes on contour a little bit better. It's already a pretty damn good road, actually. Um, do some bulldozer work to cross the Barranca a little bit better. It's not that hard to do down there. It's less than the work I've done in the Barranca where I'm at. So crossing the Barranca is no big deal. The road goes through an avocado orchard. I think the road should be wide there, and we can make the walls for the road include part of the orchard, and that allows us to have it be wider. And hopefully the ones we go by won't die. On the lower part of it, I think is a great place where a bulldozer could actually make a big water thing that would hold a bunch of water. We'd have to look at that. Um, it could, I love the idea of experimenting with other ways to raise avocados. And so it would be an experimental avocado orchard, actually. And I would love to do things like protect the trunks and then rotate through chickens and rabbits at various times. These avocados would not be for export because that by having animals in there violates the rules of how you do it. But I wouldn't do them for export then. And I could also, graft onto them. It'd be really funny. Some of them are grafted already, right? They're all Haas, but they're grafted onto something. But I could actually graft onto those other kinds of avocados that I'm already raising just to speed that up and be funny. I don't know what would happen. But every time I see a weird avocado, because there's a bunch of kinds of avocados, right? Every time I see a weird one, I buy it, and then we grow the seeds. And so I've got, I don't know how many species of avocado. They're too small, and I don't water them enough, and they don't have fertilizer. I broke those rules a little bit. But, ideally, I would have massive production of avocados here. And this would be a great experiment. That, again, requires a bunch of walls to make courtyards that actually animals can't get into and not even have like 90-degree corners because shit can climb up that, and foxes and I mean, there's just so much stuff around here that kills stuff, and I'm trying to increase it. I'm trying to increase wildlife, but I don't want to directly feed them with, the little animals that I've raised. So, bunnies and chickens, baby. Need walls for that. Anyway, that shouldn't be my goal. My goal should be to become a brooder. I'm fairly broody at times. Moody, broody. I don't know. I uh, I think that having a really good incubation system, having a flock that is for producing fertilized eggs, and also be able to buy fertilized eggs from other people, buying the best species of birds, and those are two kinds. I want to raise two kinds of chickens. One of them is Morans. They have a chocolate brown egg that's super pretty. It's a nice color. Egg's the same. We could spread rumors it was better, but it's the same thing. And then the other one is Americana, or anyway, there's some chickens that lay colored eggs, like light blue, light green, not deep colors. But it would be super fun to um, get the best ones of those. Get the eggs here, incubate the eggs, and or get the chicks here, which could also be done. I mean, somebody that was driving in, could just have them in a place and have a nice air conditioner in their car. But chicks like it hot, Fahrenheit when they're first born, and then it slowly goes down from there. So uh, too hot is not a problem for them. And if they were if the initial ones were incubated up there, and then they were brought or wherever, actually, I should ask about that in Morelia. I should just contact those people and say, hey, can you get me this breed of chicks? I will pay for them, and they have to be the exactly correct breed of chicks. Or maybe I could look on Mercado Libre. I don't know. I have real problems with getting stuff shipped to me. So the thing is, I would have to have the system set up so that It doesn't just sit there in the fucking post office forever until I eventually go down and pick up my dead chicks. That sounds like a nightmare. I got troubles getting things, you know. But that's if they were coming from somewhere in Mexico. If I could get something shipped to them and then they immediately drive here. Anyway, so these two kinds of chickens, these breeds that I'm very interested in, have something that's very important, and that is a distinctive. It's not a light brown egg. It's not a white egg. And these particular chickens don't produce as much eggs as other chickens. It's true. There are less eggs per chicken. And I'd have to study them more and learn exactly the differences between them. But the way I raise chickens is pretty straightforward. And the biggest thing I need is big walls, tall, smooth walls. Uh, and then I need a solar brooder. Uh, Once I've got my initial flock, right? This is my laying flock that I'm going to breed for having deeper colored eggs, and I'm going to record their eggs and stick webcams on them. And I want to know which chicken produced which eggs. I want to know which one has the deepest color, and like especially with the colored ones, the Morans are fine. It's a beautiful color. Uh, Although even then, I don't know if they vary or not. I'm not an expert, but I want the deepest chocolatey. I want to look like chocolate. I want to look like a chocolate egg. That would be my target. Anything else is fine, but just the opposite of white. And that's totally racist to me, of course. I'm an egg racist. And but I'm even more interested in the green and blue ones. And I actually want to separate the hens out that do the blue ones and the green ones. I want to separate them as totally different flocks. Like it's a completely different genetic experiment. And I want to be breeding them to have a deeper green and a deeper blue. So I actually need quite a few mother flocks, I guess we could call them mother flockers. They're mother flockers. Yeah, and then you get the male. It's really hard to measure the male. Um, I mean, ideally, you would have at least 7 laying hens. This would be my minimum. 7 laying hens of each species for every rooster. So the eggs are getting fertilized, right? And you're tracking then what rooster and what hens laid what. And I think you need 2 of those because you're also testing out the rooster. That's half your DNA, right? For your babies. And goddamn, it would be nice to track them as individually as possible. I mean, I'm imagining once you get your laying flock going, your first goal is to start incubating all the eggs. Fuck eating the eggs. You can buy eggs. We'll eat those. These eggs are so valuable as part of a genetic experiment that until we're able to produce a surplus of chickens, we don't want to lose our intelligence and control over how that works out. So we want to track every chicken individually, every rooster, every hen, and I don't know if anybody else has ever made this effort, to actually breed a deeper green egg and to breed a deeper blue egg. Lots of birds have blue eggs, Robins have blue eggs. Do you know that? I do. No, you do. Yay for you. Um, but the key here is that the hard part of creating more chickens is not incubating them. As long as you have enough electricity to have a very stable, controlled, high temperature environment, 99 degrees Fahrenheit, some high number Celsius, maybe 30. I don't remember. I'm not used to Celsius. But I want to set one up that is I mean, it can be set up in a bunch of different ways, but it's really about the electricity. And these are commercial products. We should just buy them. Buy ones that are real solid, will last forever, of various sizes. And then have enough solar panels and batteries to keep that thing in exactly the right temperature. Now, you might say, geez, Brian, why don't you make like a more primitive, rustic way of doing that? Sure. I have ideas about how we can do that, and I'm not prepared to do them. Uh, but it is related to something I'm going to talk about right now, and that is the more important part. Because, I mean, you can buy chicks real cheap, not the kind I want, and I need the best genetics on those initial chicks. So I don't even imagine growing any Rhode Island Reds anymore. No more Plymouth Rock or barred Plymouth Rock. I want to focus on the few types of chickens that have distinctive eggs. And I realize there's other types of poultry out there. I only want to raise stuff for eggs, and chickens are the best at that. And I have goals, you know. So we go with those two. Um, the key here is the brooder part. And this is because the brooding of chickens takes the most energy and time and is risky, and the tiny little chicks are weak and stupid. Actually, they're not totally stupid. They're mostly stupid. They're ignorant. And so, um, they like to be at a real high temperature. What I want to do is build a building which is very thermally insulated, that gets the sunrise flowing into it in the morning, that has double pane glass windows, that hopefully have a vacuum within them. That would be really stellar. I don't know what kind of windows are good enough that they don't lose their vacuum. It could be that Home Depot in Morelia has this, and perhaps even build a greenhouse outside of it. I don't know. There's some design considerations to be had. But downslope from it are evacuated tube solar hot water heaters that feed energy all day up into a thermal mass, probably with PEX tubing in the floor. And um, the idea is to get it hot enough naturally and have some places be even too hot. If that happens, fine. The cool thing is the chicks are their own thermometer, and they'll move closer or further away to whatever you've built as this hot box location. And I also want it to be for people as well, so that people are hanging out with the chicks, right? It's fun to hang out with chicks. They're cute. They're fluffy. And we could even break our rule against amplified music in there, and we could have some amplified music. And part of that is to have the chicks be accustomed to sounds and noises and stuff. We could even play music for them when there's nobody in there. We could play propaganda for the chicks, like, you like people. People are nice. The goal is to socialize the little chicks, right? So that they become chickens that are very adoptable. And the heating issue, the reason I mention it is because that's the most expensive part. Okay. Food is another issue. This building also connects to, and it's on slope, obviously, since you have hot water heaters below it, right? So it's on slope. So across on contour, you have a variety of fenced in areas for different groups of chicks to be. And maybe within this building, you even have a division in part of the building so that some chicks are treated very differently than others. This depends on their age. And here's your goal, and you can do some calculations on it. How old does a chick have to be before it is almost ready to lay eggs? That's the question. And we're going to pick that, we're going to graph that stuff out and know exactly for that exact breed in this exact location, uh, a chick that was born at this time, how long until it lays an egg. And it'll be different in different seasons, maybe. I don't know. But we need to gather all the data, like go hyperactively ape shit on collecting all data on all the chicks. And keep the groups of them separate. So how big is the incubator do we need? Well, to start out with, we use the incubator I've got. I have one. It has a nice electronic control thing. I have not yet incubated a goddamn uh, chicken out of it because I tried once. I barely have enough electricity. I don't have enough electricity. I don't have a stable source of electricity. It is possible that I could actually, I need to look up these chickens, right? Uh, I could actually give fertilized eggs to a person in town who does have electricity, and I would pay them for every chick I got back made from those eggs, and it better look like it was made from those eggs. And they can actually do in that particular incubator 40 at a time. It takes 21 days to incubate a chicken egg, right? So that means really we'll just call it a month. And half of them will be male, which is interesting. Um, I think I'm going to have to treat the males different than the females. I also don't know if you can tell which are which right away, so I may just have to raise them all. My guess is, how long would that take for raising them? Big enough so that they could go to somebody's house. And I want them to be a proven layer. I want to set up a system where after they come out of the brooder, they are separated and it's already been decided that they're for sale or they're, no, it's just an evaluation area, you know? And we would see like, I want to see every single one of them. I want to see what egg did they lay? What color was it? And I want to make sure that they have started laying eggs that are big enough. Some of them start out with real small eggs, you know? Um, and so for every single hen, I want to divide them up. And this is mean, you know, because they're social creatures. But as soon as we think they're old enough, uh, we start separating them out. And we evaluate the egg. We see if it seems like a good hen or not. You know, it's not deformed in some weird ass way. I've had some hens that had like weird snaggle beaks and stuff. Not that that's bad. That particular chicken, although it looked funny, it was able to eat, so it lived actually quite a while. I want to put leg bands on all of them. I want to name every one of them. Now the roosters, I don't know. I mean, some roosters are prettier than others, and we want to breed for cool looking chickens. You know, this might be true for the hens as well. Like for every hen and every rooster, we can kind of think, huh, how's it look? That does mean we have to raise the roosters to an age where we can tell what they're going to look like. So we don't want to kill them as soon as we know they're a rooster. I don't want to sell roosters, actually. I don't want to sell them except to people who I've toured their place. I believe that they are raising chickens the way I would like them to be raised and have an interest in building that up as a business for themselves, where they also are selling hens and they're selling eggs and or. But if it, they don't need a rooster if they're just going to sell eggs. They don't have to be fertilized eggs, right? And in fact, I would recommend that they sell fertilized eggs at a much higher rate, like way higher, 10 times as much. And that they also sell hens. I would rather sell hens. Part of my goal is to avoid making chicken farms occur to mimic what I think is a good idea about how to do eggs, you know. Anyway, this solar brooder, the idea is that it could have, you know, some parts that are like a terrarium almost. It could be LED lit. We can have them be warm and happy. We can have benches and tables in there so people can drink a beer and hang out with chicks, you know. And then we could make those tall enough that the chicks can't get on the bench or the table. They're too young, right? And we don't step on them. Try not to step on them. And but basically, people can grab chicks out of a bin essentially, where it's nice and warm and they love it, and play with them. You know, handle them all you want, nicely, of course. Um, and you know, take a picture with them if you want. Uh, you could feed them little bits of stuff that they like, which is, you know, like tomatoes, and I could have a list of approved chick foods that would be fun for people to eat and chicks to eat. And then if you do put them on the table, though, like there should be some way to wipe up poo, because chicks might poo whenever they want. They're not potty trained. It's not that bad. And then how big do they get before we get rid of them? That's the reason I'm thinking of almost a bigger, longer building dug into slope. Because what I'd like to do is have them move through the building according to their age. And really, if I'm going to have, let's say, okay, I was imagining 40, which is only 15. If I had 40 eggs, right, once a month, and 20 of them were male and 20 of them were female, the males have no value to me at all. And some of them do. I still want to raise the males. I believe that has value. And also, I want to keep as much genetic diversity as I can. So that's another reason to have a bunch of males and then make a real important decision about who reproduces with who and how. And that might mean even putting a rooster in a space for a certain amount of time, and while we're collecting eggs and stuff, and then putting a different rooster in there at a different time, swapping roosters in and out of flocks. And I don't know if that means some of the roosters will be living alone or not. Um, yes, I use Quora. Are you really Kive? Am I really live? Yes, I am currently broadcasting live. Yes. And you're Prince Ranjan? Yeah, feel free to message me on Quora or something. I used to write a lot on there. I'm not currently doing it. And I want to write all my thoughts about chickens and the raising of chickens. The key is, like, okay, how long is it till they are ready to be adopted? Well, first of all, I want to put them in this evaluation location where I don't even have to have them produce fertilized eggs in that location, and they're there for a fairly short amount of time. The goal is that they're there very briefly just to be egg evaluated. That's it. And once we evaluate and inventory their their egg laying pattern, then we can sell them as a proven young egg layer. And I want to sell them in Aranga to people, and those chickens can eat all of their garden waste, and we can tell them like, hey, this is what they can and can't eat. You know, if don't give them castor plant. And I could even offer a free visit to someone's home and say, hey, we will go to your home, we will talk with you about your backyard, and we will mention several things to you about how could you raise chickens in the space you have available to you, which if you have a neighbor and there's no wall between you two, you could also work with your neighbor to have a good kitchen, a good chicken system, and all the food waste in all the whole town would magically go away. There would be no more food waste in the whole town if enough people had chickens, because chickens turn food waste into fertilizer. They're extremely effective at it. I like the idea of chickens being in a low density amounts in a lot of different places, and therefore they're giving eggs directly to people where they live. And in this case, the eggs are cool looking. White eggs, light brown eggs. Nah, those are not interesting. We want distinctive Iranga eggs. And so I actually want to see this system of incubation, which can happen anywhere with electricity, uh, and we'll have occasional failures. We've got to be really careful about that. Incubating is a certain specific thing, and we could sell chicks to people. People do sell chicks currently, but I don't think most people are set up to take care of baby chicks. I don't think they're good at it, and that's why I want to sell hens. And that's why I want to lower the cost of going from chick to laying hen. This is this critical period in which we turn a chick, which may not have been incubated here, but they're really easy to, I mean, once you set up a good incubation system, it will just crank out babies. And we can actually take the eggs from here and incubate them then in town. I don't care how that works out. But the brooding part is the most work. And I love the idea of adding in the socialization of the chickens because the hens, when we place them, when they are adopted, I want them to go to a place that we track and that we're partners with them and we help them. We get bulk orders on chicken food. We have storage things for chicken food. I don't know. We definitely want to build chicken houses, and I don't want to build them. I want to talk to the wood guys down in town, and I want them to build me secure chicken houses that fit on top of concrete blocks or something that they don't rot, has a couple pieces of big onduline on top, and have really easy access. And the thing is, the weather here doesn't really get that cold, but we want it to be such that, you know, they're protected from wind. And I mean, basically, I'm imagining a raised up chicken coop, um, maybe on top of a cabinet. I don't know, but I know that we could make videos on like the ideal ways to raise your chickens, and every chicken that goes there should have its name. It should have its profile. I mean, hell, I could make an account that makes Facebook pages for every damn chicken there is. That seems like overkill. But I want people to love every chicken that they have, and I want them to take care of them, and I want them to actually have a calendar. And we could give them a calendar to start out with, or give them a notebook that already had, a year marked off or something, and say, hey, why don't you record this? How many eggs happened? It'd be even better if they had a smartphone and there was an app, and they could say, by default, this is my chicken name, and there's a list of the names there, and this one laid this amount of eggs. It's unlikely people will know that, and I wouldn't want a chicken to be alone. So I'm imagining that your average household should end up having, ideally, uh, what's based on the number of people in the household, right? If you were one person, you should get two chickens, and you'll have plenty of eggs for one person. And if you want to, you can always give some away or sell them. If you're two people, you could still have two chickens, or you could have three chickens. And again, I forgot the numbers on how much they lay. Rhode Island Reds lay about 260 a year. Um, that's quite a few eggs. Uh, but even with Rhode Island Reds, you'd need to have two then to be real sure you had at least one or two eggs every day. And it's less work per chicken the more chickens you get. The ideal is if you don't have to buy them much commercial food. If you have access to food waste, that's ideal. And so, like anybody I know that has a fruit and veggie shop in town, ideally those people would be feeding their waste into a chicken lot. It would actually be tempting as heck to, if anybody was going back and forth to Pottsboro quite a bit, I would love to take in like Rubbermaid bins with a top that fits pretty well on it. Have three or four of those in the back of a pickup truck that was already going over there to pick up something else or a van or whatever. And you can go to the fish markets, and that's where they process the fish, and they have a bunch of fish bodies. That is some of the most noxious shit when it rots. It's really disgusting. But it would be tempting to give it to chickens, actually. Well, that's another matter. But that could reduce costs, and that's straight up hardcore protein. Uh, Remember, chickens are like dinosaurs. They're monsters, and they will eat anything. The problem with that kind of fish stuff is that if it starts to smell bad, it starts to smell real bad real quick. And that means you'd have to have the right number of chickens. So we were trying to figure out how many chickens there should be per person in a family. So two to three. Here, I'll make this list here. So one person needs two chickens, and if one chicken dies or stops producing as much eggs, it would be nice to keep them apart to even track them individually. It's a little tough, but this is a number of people. One person needs two. Two need two to four, I'll say. Depends on how much they like eggs. Three people. Three to six. Also, the more people that live there, there's more people to take care of the chickens. It's not hard to take care of chickens. It's super easy. But I would not want to, and this is me being an asshole, I suppose, like a judgmental prick, but I don't think I want to sell chickens to people who don't have an appropriate space for them or will raise them in conditions I consider to be abusive. I want people to love their chickens. I want them to build a park for them. I want the chickens to fertilize the land. I want people to slowly, subtly divide their property up, their big yard, into areas where they can actually rotate chickens through it or maybe move their house occasionally. Because, chickens might want to stay near the food, their house, the water. And so if that whole house was portable, and there was two bases for it, right? You could move it from one end of the yard to the other end of the yard every year, one time a year. and the chickens would eat stuff around there, and they would deplant it, you know. And you could have your composting stuff that you dump out for them to eat. You could dump it right in the middle or wherever you want there to be a garden later. Um, that'd be pretty cool. So 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, 7 people, 8 people, 9 people, 10 people. That's as far as I'm going. Um, here's what I'm imagining. 2 chickens per person, I think, is a great number to calculate. And so I'm going to say 8 here, 10 chickens, 12 chickens, 14 chickens, 16 chickens, 18 chickens, 20 chickens. 20 chickens for 10 people. Now that's assuming not everybody eats eggs and other people will. Um, we also have to figure out what is the life of the chicken. It would be great if we take these really well socialized chickens and people don't always have them all the same age. We can do that. Um, I would recommend that we have everybody collect the trays. They're trays that look like this. Yar. They look like this. These are what eggs come in around here. They're not as protected and sealed as I would like, but they're currently a waste product. I would like to be collecting that waste product from every place in the entire town that sells eggs. Every fucking place. Until we can be overproducing eggs, we should be buying our own eggs. And I'll buy a whole box of eggs when there's enough people. As long as there's, you know, we're going to keep buying commercial eggs because right now every egg is absolute gold to us. And it might be that we get in more than one shipment of chicks from the outside, wherever we can find them, of the Americanas or I forgot the other word for that. It's a related species. I got to pick one of those. And then the Morans, which is the ones with the chocolate covered eggs, or chocolate colored eggs, not chocolate covered. That would be cool, but no. Fuck is that raven doing right there? There's weird shit's going on. Hey Frida, where you at? I gotta go check on my dog, I guess. Anyway, so the point is that hi Frida, how are you? Hi there. You having fun today? You're all on your own. You're very independent. It's very exciting. No, you can't come up here. You're covered in seeds. Go away. Get away. I'm talking about chickens. Very important. I do have a couple books on raising chickens. I think the key is this solar brooder concept. Even that needs multiple buildings. The floor can be sawdust, actually. I want to be able to have multiple layers of mulch essentially on the floor. I want to have the total ability to separate off groups of chickens. And now I mentioned I had a 40 egg incubator. I think the brooder has to be designed for a lot more chickens than that. And if they're going to stay in there for 2 months, right, then that means every month I have the option of raising a certain number of hens. And if my target is to produce so many hens that I can damn near give them away, I mean, I'm going to charge people the least I can. I want this to be a subsidized operation. I don't want to try and run it in a way where it's actually profitable. I mean, I want to design it in the most efficient, energy efficient way I can. And I'm not against I'm not against selling any. What do you think about ducks? Ducks, there's many other kinds of poultry. Um, I would have to evaluate the different kinds of ducks and how often they lay. But right now, my primary interest is in a different kind of egg. But then duck eggs would be a different kind of thing. But I hardly ever hear about anyone raising them profitably for just the eggs, right? They're usually raised for meat. And I don't know. I'd have to look into it more. One of my problems is I believe that ducks love water. And I do have spots selected to build lakes, to make lakes. But it's extremely difficult. And I believe that it's mean to raise an animal that doesn't have access to its favorite kind of habitat. And chickens are real flexible. And ducks, I haven't known a lot of ducks. I had one duck once. I gave it away. It was an injured duck. And I gave it away to some other people. Then a raccoon ate it. So, um, if I built lakes, then I should plan for walling them in with area inside the lake area and controlling it. And then I would say, yeah, ducks. But I'm not just going to have some bin of dirty water or something that's disgusting, and then say that it's not cruel to raise the ducks in that way, because I believe that's just terrible. Um, so yeah. Now you got to pick what thing you're going for, and so if I was to make a graph of like how many hens I need to produce, let's say for example, okay, how many people are in the municipio? Well, that's data that's online. We're going to call it 6,000 people. Okay, 6,000 people. We're going to say that they need. Actually, we're going to change it and make it 5,000 people, just for easier math. Sorry, million people we just deleted. Um, and therefore, we need an average of 5,000 eggs a day. A day. And let's say a chicken, let's say with this different breed, right? They don't produce as well as Rhode Island Reds. And, I need to check my book and look it up online, how many eggs they produce. But let's be conservative about it. And let's say they produce half of what a Rhode Island Red does. If a Rhode Island Red produces about 260 eggs a year, then we'll say that they only produce 130 eggs a year. Okay? We're just making shit up, to ballpark it. And a hen is an excellent layer for 2 years, but we hope that people will keep them around and continue their life into 3, 4 years. Some people might fall in love with their chicken and keep it till old age, That's totally cool. But let's say then that need a calculator. All right, that's 5,000 eggs a day. Each chicken lays 130 a year for a couple of years. And we should probably calculate it as if the average age of a chicken will be 2 years. I definitely need a calculator for this shit. Anyway, the point is you want to set up a brooder system that is large enough to produce a fair number of chicks. Starting from chick size after incubation all the way to 2 months old. And then they go through this evaluation place and they're again cataloged. I mean, they should be cataloged the whole time as much as possible. You should at least know what a group of chicks that is all held together. You raise them as a cohort, and that way they're also used to other chicks. And you can also sell them to people in groups. You could say, okay, these chicks have lived with each other for this amount of time, and they like each other, and so you could adopt 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever from that group. Um, so we can actually do the math and figure out how many hens we have to produce to fulfill the needs of everybody in the municipio. Obviously, not everyone needs them, but to have, let's say, an average would be a great goal, an average of 2 per household, 2 or more. And then they can always buy replacement hens whenever they wish. And there should be an app for it, practically. In fact, as far as them tracking their own egg production, that would be stellar if there was an app and they could say, this day, this many eggs, boom, done. They fill it out in the evening before they go to sleep. And they're like, I am this site, and I have this many chicks. Their profile's already set up, you know. All they have to do is push how many got collected that day, and they can then edit that. And it already knows how many chickens they have, and then they have buttons for adding a chicken, where did it come from, what's its name. So they're tracking, some people would actually track individual chickens and egg production. Most people probably wouldn't do it, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. Um, I actually don't want these chickens to be raised in bad conditions, and that's one of the reasons I would be hesitant to sell roosters. Actually, I would like to actually control the market on roosters, except with people who as we have a relationship with them, as we visit their site, and we see that the chickens are being raised in a very positive way. They're not overcrowded. You know, those people, then with some of them, I might say, okay, well, you know, I will sell you roosters as well. And that's for them to experiment with, can they get those hens to go broody, and can they have, without even an incubator, can they have chicks being born that are of the best breed we can possibly think of? They're really good, and the rooster will help guard the hens because the roosters are more aggressive oftentimes. Uh, and then this will also help with the market because I want people to actually be raising these chickens, and then I want them to be selling these in town. And I would recommend using the packaging of these things right here. This is more eggs than most people want to buy. And so it would be cool actually to look into where the dozen egg things are made, where they're printed, and then have egg cartons be printed up that say Ironga, eggs, huevos Ironga. I don't care what. But we could share the brand then. Oh, and also we need two different kinds of ones. Well, actually, not necessarily. I was thinking we'd have one for the green and blue ones and one for the brown ones, but I don't see any reason not to mix them all together. And I like those kind of cases because let's say we're traveling, right? You're coming in here from Morelia, you're out for the day, and you're going to enjoy Aronga because it's such a fucking awesome little town. You know, maybe you'll eat some food over there, take a walk down to the lake, look at some crafts to buy. Um, and one of the things that you could do while you're in Aronga, and this would be a great thing for people to bother tourists about, like offer it in any case. I mean, bother. I hate aggressive vendors, but I think that having a board, you know, a sandwich type board that has pictures of the chickens, has pictures of the chickens with people, has pictures of each kind of egg, you know, right there with a text next to it in English and Spanish that says the basic information about that type of chicken, a picture of that race of chicken, uh, and have it be for the Moran eggs and one for the blue eggs and one for the green eggs. And those do come from the same kind of chicken apparently, but I really want to divide that breeding system out. And then it's tempting to have some wire cages that were reasonably large and that you would actually bring two hens or maybe a good looking rooster and a hen, as long as everybody's friendly, and have those be part of the display. Like make a display on market day. Make a display, and any other time that we have time, and you know we can talk to the town and find out what the rules are and how that shit works. But weekends, I mean, I want to be out there on the weekends. I want to have more stuff on the weekends that I can promote in Aronga, and whether those hens are for sale or not is another matter. I think that maybe we have a different cage and we can actually sell hens right there. But I would want people to pre-order them. In fact, that app I mentioned, the ideal would be is to set up all the interactions for, you know, from egg to fully rehomed and with its own social network, you know, every chicken, uh, to really give people great pride in their chickens. And we'll know that we've succeeded when other people are selling eggs. Our goal is not actually to sell eggs. Somebody else can do that. And that's because I don't feel like driving in all the time. We need consistency of product delivery. I believe that the brooding part is the part where I can do the biggest win. And it would be pretty fun to, you know what I could actually do? In the back of a pickup truck with a covering on top, and lots of people have those, there would be a way to take a whole bunch of simple wire cages, right, that are made to be very lightweight, and you could have multiple hens in each one, and you actually drive this as a mobile thing to a town. And I really hate the loudspeakers that announce something's for sale. I think I don't want to do it that way. I would rather post to their Facebook group, and I would rather have an advanced team that says when a truck is going to show up in that town, and do like a couple towns in a day, or make a route. Just make a route, and then twice a year, it doesn't matter. Make a list of all the towns, and then basically go to the towns and try and sell the hens there. Uh, that would be very helpful because not everybody goes to Aronga, right? And I want to get the whole municipio. And of course, if I was ever had a system that was producing, let's see, I never figured out how many chickens I need to actually produce. Um, well, if they let's say they only last for 2 years, that's a lie, and I'm fudging all sorts of numbers here. And we need I can't do the math. I need a spreadsheet. My computer's fucked. Sucks. Okay. Well, anyway, the other key is that there doesn't have to just be one of these solar brooders. So I don't have to imagine that I'm going to produce all of the chickens at that solar brooder. I think that I should size it according to what is a reasonable thing for somebody to mimic, right? Which means that the solar hot water heaters, and I think two of them would be good in case one fails. Uh, we don't want a massive interruption, and the chickens get a lot bigger, so the earlier part of them actually we could house more, but I want to be able to get them all the way to laying age. So I think we can, as soon as we think that they're likely ready to, that a group of them is likely ready to lay, then we start moving to that testing area. We prove that they lay. We then sell them to anybody we can that has a good spot for them. And I mentioned the housing part earlier. I think that's really critical because a lot of people will underhouse their chickens. And it could be that I only sell them to people who have purchased one of these chicken houses, or that we can do an on-site inspection. I know that sounds uptight, but I really do care about the chickens, and these are special chickens. These are not like I want them to be part of somebody's family for a while. I want kids to play with them. I want to have decentralized egg production machines that hop in people's laps, that get petted, that don't have diseases and sicknesses because they're not being held so densely. But I do want to make sure that they have a movable house that is easy to clean and has water for them, clean water all the time. And that would be the big win. And maybe somebody someday would would be selling those eggs in the plaza, and it could become like an Aranga thing. That would be lovely. Oh, I'm exhausted, and I haven't even hardly done anything. I walked in a big loop, which I believe I I don't know if I videoed that or not. Where'd the little puppy go? Uh-oh. We don't want the little puppy to be missing. But we do want the puppy to be very independent. More independent. She's doing great, actually, on that. Here she is on her blanket. Hi, little puppy. Are you happy? Yeah, you good little puppy. Oh, man. Wish I'd have made more coffee. Oh, well. Ugh. Well, the food I made today was actually edible. That was surprising. That was a pretty good one. It was very simple. Onion, chiles para rellenar, or to fill up with shit. You know, the kind you use for, what do you call it? Stuffed chilies. I don't know what they're called in English. Sounds right. Dump some more sauce in there. Oh. All right. Boy, this is a lap of luxury, I tell you. Pasta's good. Only thing that could be better is if it was fresh made pasta. But I'm real happy about this in any case. So, all right, so I got that going on. That's cool. I do got to figure out how to do things better in every single aspect of life. Maybe I should be writing on Quora again. I have mixed thoughts about the way they've monetized it. I feel like I'm tempted actually to pull all my content off of it. I'm not that pissed off, but I'm close. And I don't really understand what they're doing, but I don't like the idea of charging for content that much. And I was trying to give my content away, and I feel like now they're not motivated maybe to promote my content. Like my content is now not as valuable because I'm not charging for it, and therefore they can't charge for it. Although I think they put up something that there are ads on it anyway, which I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I'm a big fan. Wish I had some beer, but I don't have any. Oh, I need that thing. Where's my everything? God damn it. Yarg. What the fuck is this shit? Is this a leak? Is this rain? What the fuck? How would rain get there? God damn it. Oh yeah, I'm trying to cook some shit. I'm hungry still. I already ate. That's ridiculous. Where's the solar panel? The hell good is a solar panel if you don't know where it is? Here it is. Huh. It's a stupid place for that. Oh, yeah. All right. Get this shit figured out over here. I tossed a can of vegetables in there just because I don't have any vegetables right now. And it's a quick, very quick way to get some vegetables into my stomach. Excellent. Okay, don't forget your cooking, dude. Okay. That's a good idea. Takes a long time to get shit set up, I tell you. There we go. Let's do this, do that. I should have charging cables for phones that are quite long and affix them in various places with duct tape. Like here in the kitchen. Why am I bringing the fucking solar panel into the kitchen? It's very annoying. Because I'm so low on electricity right now that it's extremely difficult for me to charge shit. What is that object over there? Oh, that's stupid. All right. This, that, this. And that. Good. Cling. Happy noise. I have yet to find a GPS app that doesn't need a phone signal, which is totally stupid. The app must be designed to sync up at times, but GPS is available all over the place, so I'm frustrated by the inability to map out a place, this place. It should replace my GPS. I mean, come on, I have a really nice Etrex Garmin thing. I don't know if Garmin has an app. I don't know if there's a paid app that would work. I generally like to use free apps, you know. It's just how I am. And but obviously, it is expensive to create apps. In this case, what I want to do is not very difficult. I should be able to say, turn on tracking, right? All right, have food in my hand. Excellent. Essentially, I believe that my GPS should be replaced with some kind of technology, because why the fuck not? I mean, I have a GPS in my phone. I could then, for example, enter in my email address, right? And have whatever routes that I've been on be automatically posted in an email to me with an attached KML file or KML file or a G something kind of whatever sort of um, file, you know. I forgot the file extensions, but basically whatever GPS track maker can deal with, which is a program I like. I've liked it for years, actually. All right. This is so nice out here. This solar panel is so cool. This solar panel right there. Isn't it cool? It folds up like that, and then it closes. It's called a SolarPort 4.4 Brunton. And I guess I need to do a search on other kinds of similar things. I have this big, huge hat on because I don't feel like sitting in the sun that much, but my solar panel sure does want to do that. I think actually what I want to provide is charging stations all over the place. Have them be built into sculptures that have seating around them. That would be ideal. Let's see, put this guy over here. Excellent. So I don't think I finished talking about chickens entirely. Anyway, that's my vision though. The reason I mentioned we can sell them in a variety of ways. The eggs, you know, we can have them between two of those things that eggs currently come in and then tie them with a string. Totally doable. It's a waste product right now. The reason I mentioned the 12 egg things is because it could be that somebody doesn't want to buy that many eggs. I think they should still buy that many eggs because they're cool and they're pretty. People can give them away to their friends. They can, restaurants could even sell them as Moran eggs or whatever that other one is. The eggs are basically the same, but that's okay. It would be tempting to turn those eggs into art. It would be tempting to poke a hole in one part of it, poke a hole in the other part, and blow the egg out. Use a needle to just really carefully make little holes. And then do whatever can be done. I don't know. It's not like they're ostrich eggs, right? Ostrich eggs are really cool. What a goddamn gorgeous day. I wonder what day it is. It's Thursday the something. 22nd? Oh yeah, isn't it the day of the solstice or something? 21st, 22nd. It's always around there somewhere, I think. I didn't look up exactly when. I don't really care. That's weird. Huh. That capulina over there has leaves sooner than the other capulina. I feel very hungry. Well, pasta is probably not the healthiest food in the world, but sure does fill you up. Ah, it's excellent. The price the egg should be sold at is whatever the market will bear. Other people can figure that out better than I can, but I want them to be known for selling it at a high price. I want to produce them at the lowest price possible. The eggs, these fancy eggs, right? Colored eggs from Moronga, and I want to have them sold for certainly what ranch eggs sell for, which is usually, I think it's instead, it used to be, I don't know the current prices, 2 pesos an egg, and then 3 pesos for ranch egg. And some people are willing to pay that because they know it's a free range egg or something. Um, I believe we should make videos in Spanish uh, with people showing off their eggs and for approved producers, like people with a space that we think is acceptable for raising chickens in. Um, we could have them be the first face that they open their video with, and they're speaking Spanish, right? And they say, "Welcome. I have a flock of, I have a small flock, or my goal is to have how big a flock." Um, show the person, show the space, and talk about what they feed the chickens. They feed them kitchen scraps. Um, maybe plug a type of chicken food, or maybe you say, we buy corn, we buy wheat, we buy oats, and we feed those to the chickens. And then the rest of the whole video is stock footage. Maybe we do a couple clips and we intersperse the person into it, and that makes it really easy to edit it for a producer. And then any individual, right? We're supporting them in terms of their video and being able to say, I grow things this way, and these are what I grow. I would say people should make a choice. Either grow, well, it depends on the space they have available, but I would suggest keeping the flocks separate. I would not suggest crossbreeding them at all. We could. We could have a few test coops, right? And some of these coops wouldn't be as big as others. I mean, like the testing area I talked about for testing an individual hen, that's going to be a whole bunch of chicken wires separating different hens out, and it's basically it's a jail for hens as we figure out what they can do. And then I guess we'll put the young roosters in a place and try and raise them, keep them together, try and raise them in a way that they don't kill each other because they're kind of mean sometimes. That's another reason not to sell roosters because it's very common here to have cockfights. It's a very popular event. I went twice, I think. Um, and it's kind of I'm not into it. So I don't want to sell them for that. It seems like a waste. Um, the rooster problem isn't that bad, especially if we're trying to focus on having a wider genetic diversity initially. Like we were just to get hens. If we were just to get hens, chicks from one place, I would rather get them than from another place and mix it together, uh, mix it up genetically. And so I want to see each rooster to be at least, like 6 months old, or, I want it, to see its individuality. I want to evaluate each rooster. And yeah, most of them, when they reach their peak weight, we will kill and eat, but not all of them. And there's some major genetic benefits to having each one be in a position to fertilize eggs. So we get that rooster's DNA mixing with all the others. Um, it's too bad we can't tell what the effect the rooster had on a hen's egg is. Like, I would guess that it probably has no impact on the color of the egg, but they do have the genes within them that affect the coloring of the egg uh, for what that offspring produces. So that's just a difficult problem. But we don't have to do perfect. All we got to do, and I should look this up, like search on it on the internet, of what attempts have been made to breed, for example, the Americanas, or whatever the other name of them is, to breed them for more intense coloration. Um, the Morans I have seen on, I think I saw pictures, and they do have different shades of brown in them. And I think in general, I'm going for the darkest color I can. Although I do like that really nice chocolate brown. But I mean, heck, isn't there like a black chicken that's like all parts of it are totally black? And I don't know what kind of eggs it has. I forgot whether it has black eggs or not, but even its feet are black. It's weird looking. I don't want to get too ape shit with too many different species, though. I think those two species would be just fine. Um, and we could even have a really experimental space in which we did actually breed them together. That would be a trip. I mean, what if I put in a bunch of hens of Morans and a bunch of hens of Americanas into different, locations, and then put a male of the opposite one in there with them? That would be a special batch of chickens. That would be pretty exciting. It would take a little while for that test because, there's this period where you have these chicks and they don't produce eggs yet. And I forgot how long that is, but it always seems like a long time to me. And I think it is longer than 2 months. I forget. It probably depends upon the species, right? The exact type of chicken. So, but that'd be fun to crossbreed them. I'm pretty sure that there would be no reason to do that. But who knows? Maybe a certain number of the hens produced from those two crossings, right? Which you'd want to keep those separate, those two experiments fairly separate. Uh, Maybe you'd end up with a darker colored, green or blue egg, and then those hens you would, continue to breed with the darkest, the thing that creates it more deeper. I guess the colored ones, they have kind of a pastel look to them, and that's cool. They're pretty, but I would like a little bit deeper color if we can breed for that. Just seems prettier, but you know. Actually, what's cool is that for Easter, for example, people do blow eggs. Now, the reason you wouldn't want to blow eggs like that in a restaurant is, you're sticking your mouth on it and all this stuff. But individuals who are going to dye their eggs or paint their eggs, um, that would be pretty cool, actually, if we had a habit of people blowing their eggs. They already do that, and they stick into them confetti, and these would be great for that. If you did save the shell relatively intact. And I think what they do is they take one end off, they dump the egg out, then they cover it up with some glue tape or something. I don't know how they do it, but we could improve how that gets done. That is fun though. Also, we can teach people how to grind up the eggshells and feed them back into the chicken system, and say why not to give them big chicken eggshell pieces because that teaches them to eat their own eggs. So we could have a series of training videos that we specifically just share with people who were trying to get to do this thing. And we can make videos in Spanish and English about how to raise chickens in the ideal way, which I have not figured out yet. And that's because the primary thing I don't have is good walls and good walled areas, which is another reason I want to get hens into people's houses where all the food waste goes away. The chicken lays right there and the soil gets improved. And we could, also, I think we could also eventually start to sell tierra de encino, which is composted oak leaves. Right now, I don't want to do it because I'm working on this place, right? I don't have extra, which seems surprising, but it's a lot of work to collect it. Um, and I've got a lot of things I want to do agriculturally here. And so, to be honest, I don't feel like it. I could hook them up with somebody else who could collect tierra de encino somewhere. And really, I should know more dudes with pickup trucks because that's an easy product to harvest out of the forest. And it would allow people to grow more things in the city. In other words, I would like to have people selling plants to people. Um, it is interesting, the idea of gardening with chickens. Like, what do chickens not destroy? And I could find that out here by doing some testing. The problem is they'll destroy most anything. They're vicious. Yeah, chickens are tough. Oh, man. It's hot out here. Damn. Oh. Oh. Yeah, too bad I don't have any beer. That would be nice. A cold beer would be great right about now. Oh, the bees are still there, buzzing around like crazy. Probably still pissed off at me with very good reason. It's a pretty high priority that I need to work on recovering destinations. I used to have a better trail system, and it slowly got changed. Um, but parts of it I didn't like anyway. Like I didn't like how the trails were down at the point. Um, I think I would absolutely love to get a bobcat in here, like a tiny little bulldozer. The smaller, the better. I saw one you could ride like almost like a bicycle or something. Oh, that was pretty cool. But I need to make like two-person wide trails all over the place. Uh, on contour in most cases. Mm. I could make recommendations on how much square meters I would advise that you can have, you know. Um, I guess the problem is I can't stop people from mistreating animals, really. I'm not able to do that. So maybe I should, raise eggs and sell eggs as well. I should actually calculate that. For the number of eggs, I gotta make a spreadsheet on this. For the number of eggs I want to produce, to have them, let's say, feed the entire municipio, what's the total number of chickens I need? Well, if I need 5,000 a day. I still need a calculator. I used to have a calculator. I don't know where it is. You could do this with your friends. Where one person specializes in incubation, another person specializes in brooding. They have a great brooder set up. And then those hens, you know, all go out to people. With every hen individually tracked. I love it. Um, we could link to videos about every kind of common chicken problem. Like garupos, which I think are mites. And if you get garupos and they're crawling on your chicken's skin, mites, then you can put some in their water and it kills them off. That'd be another reason to always track the health of every chicken. Talk to every vet in town and make sure that they see all the videos. Make sure they have a printed copy of the philosophy of raising chickens. God damn it. A leaf just fell in my food. How did the leaf even get over here? And then have them, you know, have the kind of medical manual, which they probably already know that shit better than I do. But all the causes, the symptoms, the medicines or treatment. To have healthy, happy chickens. Also, the other issue is legality. It is my understanding that there are no legal issues here in Arunga, but that is also another reason to not have not sell roosters, because roosters are noisy and annoy people, and hens are not noisy as much. They still make low noises and shit, but it's not as annoying. Roosters are kind of annoying. um, like I wouldn't want to live next to 20 roosters. It would be annoying as shit. So that's another reason to do that. Just sell hens. One interesting idea would actually be to sell them door to door initially. GPS every door we knock on, and make a spreadsheet of every single place on every single street. And especially look for places that have bigger lots, more space, you know, because the more spacious it is, the more likely it is that they would have space for chickens to be. Have a trained person be able to go into a house and have a clipboard and have a form that you fill out. Maybe you fill it out on your phone, actually, somebody who's good with a phone or a tablet, and you actually catalog each new location, name of the person, uh, which kind of chickens they want to raise. Have them pick between one of the two. Be able to show them a video right there, or send them a link. Hopefully, they got a smartphone. That would help a lot. And if you can just send them a link with all the information they need, really organized, and if they really want to raise these chickens, create an account for them so that they can be filling out what happens to them in their chicken experience, their chicken diary, their chicken journal. It'd be pretty stellar. That'd be really cool. That could be actually useful worldwide. Because I'm thinking at the county-wide scale here. I recognize some counties are bigger than others, but I think that should be the goal. Is like you register what county you're in, and then you register your farm name, and you don't say where it is because that's private. And if you sell your eggs, where you sell them and when, um, how many chickens you currently have, and then have a thing you can enter in. For every chicken that existed, well, all those should be tracked. It's going to be a lot of chickens. And how they died, when they died, birth date, death date, egg laying record if known. But if you have three chickens, how do you know how many each one produced? You don't. Not unless you keep them separate, which is, I don't know, not very nice. And it also reduces the likelihood they'll go broody, although we don't want them to go broody, right? Because they're not fertilized eggs. Right. So it'd only be people that had enough space. Uh, do get more people incubating. And also, when you do find people who could have roosters and all that and produce more, do that with people who live outside of town. I think people who live in more rural locations would be better for having people be producers of fertilized eggs. Not against doing that, mostly. But ultimately, have to grow systems beyond me because I won't be here very long. And I don't want it to be proprietary. I want to get as many people producing local chickens as possible, which means helping people incubate. And once I get the solar brooder going, that's one reason to make the solar brooder be slightly smaller, is because the cost of having it would be less. I mean, let's imagine it based on a 40 egg incubator, okay? That's only 15, let's say there's some failures, okay? So we can average a 30 survivors. I mean, what if we had a whole batch fail? That right there is months of loss. Roosters don't count. They do for other people in certain things. So you're really looking at 15 hens a month. If you have a brooder that they have to stay in for 2 months and you keep them in batches, then you need two chambers, right? Young and older. So every month you're producing another set and everybody shifts over one. The older ones go into the hen evaluation area. Is that really necessary? Yeah, it is. I don't want anybody to ever be able to say that one of the hens they got from me didn't lay eggs. I want to see them laying an egg and I want to catalog it. And if they're genetically more interesting, I want to separate them out. So that for me is pretty critical. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. I have to calculate how much water is needed, how much food is needed. It's not very much. As far as the finances of it, you can buy a Rhode Island red chick for 20 pesos. Maybe it's 25 now, maybe it's 35. I haven't bought any for a while. But they're pretty cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap. Chicks are so cute. They're really fun, actually. Uh, it's fun to feed them and play with them. And, uh, this chick bar, this raising area for chicks. I guess I do imagine it would be good to separate into two sections at least. And think that would work. I got to check my timing on that. The older they get, the less hot they need it to be. So it's that first month where they're eating all the time and they're really weak and stupid, and you have to teach them how to drink water a little bit or not fall in it. They could die. Also, for the people who would go into that space, I think it'd be super educational. I think we should have a link in there to videos, maybe put up one of those QR codes where they can just scan that and immediately their phone brings up all this stuff about that location. I've thought about that for other places as well, putting QR codes like on kind of everywhere. I guess what I need to do with that is print them out and then cover them with a transparent paint or lacquer or something, and then glue them onto places, almost anywhere. I could have changeable ones too, and it could say on it what it's about. Like it could say the lodge. I had some scrap wood. I could actually use that. I could have really obvious, like paint them all a certain color, and then have this really obvious QR code on it, and then like one or two words. And then those could just get hung up in different places and talk about, what's the nature of that space, what it's for, what kind of tree is this. Um, that would be pretty cool, actually. Also, have a GPS map that people can walk around and they can zoom in and they can click on a thumbtack or whatever, or a marker, and then it has a link to the same place the QR code goes to. That way, people could also virtually zip around the map if they wanted to. Well, should I go for another walk today? Yes, I should. That's a great idea, Brian. Now that I've got internet to here, I need to get internet between here and anywhere else. The more places with internet, the better. I could actually put an internet router in a tree down in Alicante and then run the signal through the electrical cord, the electrical cable. I have two boxes for that. I don't know if they work. They used to work. I have two sets. One of them I think broke. I'm confused. I don't know what works or not, but I need to test it out. Pretty easy job to test that out. Uh, I don't know if I have a socket down here for the view. I think I might. If I have a socket for the view, I know I don't have one for the casita. And so that would be the easiest way is to move electric to between here and the view in Alicante, an area where I already want to terrace it, and I could put up some like shade umbrellas or something, like metal tables with shade umbrellas. That'd be pretty cool. And then people could sit there and use the internet. And then if I had an electrician here, I could do some things and probably get it down to the casita, which would be another great target. If I could get it all the way to casita, that would open up a whole nother area with internet. Even just right in here, I need to get internet out here on the terraza. If I walk that direction, I'll lose signal. Oh, yeah, baby. So that was some stuff about chickens, I guess. I would recommend raising chickens. You'll never have to think about composting the same way again. They eat everything. They're the infinite garbage disposal, and they're usually quite friendly, especially the hens. That's another reason not to have roosters. Is there some of them are mean and they attack you. Um, I believe that a hand-raised chick will act totally different with people than a chick that doesn't have a lot of exposure to people. In other words, I really want to train them to like people a lot. I want to walk in there and feed them out of your hand, I want that to be common. I want to, withhold food for a slight time and then go in there and have many people feed them from their hand so that the little chicks think, oh, people good, people not scary, people fun. And, like I said, play music and, you know, get them used to activity, have them not be chicken little, you know. The sky is not falling. Well, it might be, but we don't need to tell the chicks that. Rabbits is a whole other topic. And I would actually not recommend most people in town raise rabbits. I believe we should have those operations be larger and that there should be a large rabbit farm uh, within an hour's walk of everywhere. Should never be more than an hour's walk away from a rabbit farm. Maybe 2 hours, and that way one rabbit farm serves an hour away, and the other rabbit farm 2 miles away, and they have kind of a radius of who they serve. In the case of how things are laid out around here, essentially have each town should have a couple rabbit places that raise rabbits that do they tan the hides and they make things with the furs. Somebody does that in every town we can get them to do it in. We have videos and teach them how. That would be fantastic. So if each town is then providing itself with its own rabbit meat, and each town is providing itself with rabbit furs and eggs, that solves all the need for animal protein, and it provides a really good clothing option. If you got rabbit fur clothing, you just won't be cold. Problem solved. You could sell rabbit scarves, rabbit fur scarves. That would be stellar. I haven't checked on my chickens in such a long time. Frida's zonked out again. Mainly, she has two speeds: very fast and excited, and very sleepy or asleep. Right now, she's asleep. Right over there. And she's all healed up. This is great. Oh, I just woke her up. Hi. What's up, baby? Maybe I'll call her Deer. She looks like a deer. Because of her big, huge ears, and she's the color of a deer. Her little black nose. Oh, wasn't I supposed to do something with some chalk? I was. What time is it? I don't even know. God damn it. Well, it doesn't really matter. But I'm losing my opportunity for the solstice here. Like I didn't go up to the view this morning early and get stuff, like a picture of the sunrise. Oh well, can't do everything all the time. That's actually a to-do item I would suggest for anybody who has access to land is to actually photograph the way that the land, the light hits anywhere on the land at both equinox, which should be the same regardless of whether it's spring or fall, and the solstices, both of them, winter and summer. So you have a map of where is bright, when, where, how, that kind of shit. Um, oh, what the fuck is this? God damn it. Oh, man. Cool. So, oh, man. Oh, I feel very tired. I feel beat up. Oh, that's fine. I gotta do more stuff. Lots more stuff. Oh. Huh. This is real interesting. I don't feel like sitting in the sun, but what's going on with this guy? Huh. Yarr. Jesus, fuck. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay. Well, that's real nice. Get away from me. God damn it. There we go. All right, that's excellent. Get me out of the sun. Still have solar power. Hook up my phone. Oh, man. Yeah, that's much better. That sun is very intense. So now I can be out of the sun, which is much more pleasant. That's one reason to have destinations that have seating. I'm working on that. Right now, I need to make a budget. I need to just start adding shit to it and make, like current level, stage one, desired level, stage two, stage three. And depending on the exact item, right? The exact line item in the schedule, in the budget, we can then decide what level we want to do things at. Uh, Preferably, I mean, there's just too many projects. It's very intimidating. Um, but all I can do is make a list of them, and it's kind of like doing program management on designing and building an entire town. Which program management, even for a small project, is a lot of work. And this one in particular has a lot of different factors to it, a lot of things to consider. And I don't know. Look at this little goofy dog here. What are you doing, honey? There's a dog bed that got left out in too much moisture, and then dogs ripped the cover off it at some point, and now there's all this dog bed fuzz everywhere. It's a plasticky crap. Dividing up the various roles that I currently play. What was that? Is that a lizard? Goddamn bees. Ah. Ah. Okay. Oh. Really, what I need to do is think about what job roles would exist here and start writing those up as job descriptions and what the goals are of each position. Because I'm too jerked around in too many directions, and I believe I should divide it up in such a way that my own role is diminished to the degree that if I wasn't here, things would still continue just fine. Because eventually I won't be here. So there really isn't a choice but to do that. I absolutely must make the system exist without me, which means no moochers, you know. Nobody here because they're friendly and they're nice and they deserve every fucking thing for free. Fuck that shit. If people don't have enough money to be here, then they should figure out how to raise some or get some. That is the case for me. That's how my reality is here. And so I only want to really partner with people who understand that dynamic and can actually help this place survive and thrive. Anything else would be absolutely awful. Ugh. No, I don't think it's worth it to make that internet spot in Alicante. I need to read up on wireless things. I need to look up outdoor wireless routers and stuff and see how far I can get with one of those. Hmm. Some people I realize would like the idea of being in a place where there is no wireless, but a lot of the things I'm imagining for this place will involve a lot of coordination among people, and I would like to maximize those methods of communication, especially to announce activities in different places and um, have groups of people be in contact with each other, have an announcements thing. I mean, I don't know if it's like WhatsApp groups I need to have. I don't know. But have it be real clear, like, use very clear keywords and keep channels from being clogged. I don't care what people do with their friends. That's fine. But some groups would have certain purposes. I was on some groups. I quit them because people kept posting. It was a big group of people. They kept posting irrelevant shit like, I hope everyone's having a great day. Shut the fuck up. My day just got worse. If you're gonna make me look at a screen because you decided to waste a whole bunch of people's time saying a little platitude thing, you know. Um, so I imagine channels that are used for things like, for example, there could be a channel that has certain types of announcements. For example, arrivals, and that could say that so and so is expecting will be leaving at some particular time. What? God, those things are huge. That's a big raven. What's up, baby? Just flying around cawing at each other. I wonder if I could get a thing that would amplify recording, like have a really sensitive recorder and record bird calls. That'd be cool. I don't think my phone is good enough. Also, I should look up what kind of apps there are that that are used for identifying birds by their call. That would be so cool. And even have a list of what birds I believe to be here, and then have the app listen, and then it would find an easier time of identifying the bird because it was matching it with one I recorded here or out of its own database. You could bring up a picture of the bird, educate people about it. That'd be pretty stellar. Not that it matters, but it's a way to appreciate things around here, I guess. Oh man. Uh, oh. I guess during the middle of the day is not the best time to go walking around. Like that walk this morning was really nice. I forget what time I got back, but it was around 10:30 or so in the morning. That was a real nice walk. And if I go for a walk again, I think I should go when, like 2 hours before sunset. We've been clearing a lot of trails lately using a weed whacker, a really tough one. One has a blade, it's a blade with three parts to it. And the other one has a circular saw as a blade. And we need that kind of stuff because sometimes we're cutting through areas that have been growing over for years, and it's dang near little trees. I mean, we have to get a chainsaw in there sometimes. Yesterday, two guys worked for uh, most of the day cutting up a bunch of crap that's grown over on a trail that used to get used a fair amount, but it wasn't getting used because I wasn't here. And then I didn't walk on it still, and now I can't walk on it. So I think with one more day of work, they can probably connect it up to another place, and then other work will have to occur. But uh, there's infinite work over there in Alicante. If my computer's dead, that's going to be so upsetting. It seems to be dead. I won't be able to try it again until tomorrow, probably. I guess I'll try it again right now. But that's seriously crippling. Crippling seems to be the key word for what's been up lately. All right. First, let's check the electrical circuit and see what voltage the batteries are at. 13.4. That's a very, very, very good number. Okay. All right, please work. That would be really great. I'd really appreciate it. All the things are plugged in. We hit the button. Ah, this was off. Oh my God, my computer might be just fine. What happened? Okay, try it again. Please work. Oh, it's gonna work. My computer is healed. The power strip was off that I didn't know was off. And so it was doing what happens when it doesn't have any power, it died. That is fan-fucking-tastic. Oh. I need to get a new computer as soon as possible. One thing I should immediately do is join the Microsoft Alumni Association, because then I can shop at the Microsoft store and I might be able to get a cheaper price on hardware. I'm sure there's a much better discount for software than hardware, but you know, and I have both software needs and hardware needs, and I know how to use a lot of types of Microsoft software. I should actually look up Microsoft Project and find out what that costs. And if that comes with Microsoft 365 or whatever the fuck they call it now. I hate that software as a subscription idea. I like to buy software and have it work for me. And so I haven't been in a big hurry to do that. All right, excellent. Oh, man. Okay, this is excellent. Finally, we can get all the pieces working I need. My first objective should be to see what footage I have for a project I was working on, put all the files in the right spaces, sync them up, and see what I can come up with that's publishable. And do all the other shit I need to do too. If I could get the Microsoft discount, I'd have to look up what they sell currently. But maybe some kind of tablet would actually be a bright idea for some people I know, and they could watch videos on it, and that'd be great. I could put together a spreadsheet. It's tempting to actually make spreadsheets for each person I'm trying to train, and then have them kind of, actually they could fill out a form of which things they're interested in and why. And this would be people I was already going to have here on site. There's an application form currently, but there's no point in someone filling out a complex interests thing if they're not going to come here. Although, you know, I could just, actually there could be some value of that for basically people adding it. Also, a bunch of people, they can go and edit something they already filled out, a form, like a Google form. Um, and that way they could change it over time if they wish to. But that way I could tell what their interests are, what their perceived skills are. Um, there could be a tab in there that is like a journal, or maybe it's a different form where they fill out, how things are going for them. That's a great idea. Um, and then somebody could monitor that. Some forms could be published information that shares with the world publicly, and other forms could be private. Be fine. This takes a long time to boot up. Jesus. All right. So what am I supposed to do here? Wait. I'm supposed to fucking wait. God damn. Waiting's painful. I don't like it. I am behind on what I think I should be doing, which is really sucky. It's December 23rd. Tomorrow there is a party in town. I don't know if I'm going or not. What did that say it was? 23rd. Oh, it's definitely not the solstice anymore then. That was on the 21st or 22nd. God, why do I have to sit here waiting for this bullshit? Oh, this is painful. The other thing is I should be uploading constantly now. I've lost my motivation because I can't upload at night anymore. I used to be able to do that. Um, and that's a bit of a huge bummer. Oh, this is painfully slow. Slow, slow, slow. Fuck. Maybe I should take a shower. Nah, fuck it. Oh, this is painful. That's a certain way to torture me. Have me have to deal with uh, really slow computers. One time I had a job and I had to use a Mac LC, I think it was called, That thing was slow as fuck. That was one of my main gripes about that job, actually. That, and I really don't like doing telephone support. I think it's a pain in the ass. And I understand why it has to happen, but I didn't feel like doing it very much. I don't really like. Okay, good. This is functioning. I've been pretty flaky lately. Uh, haven't been checking email. Uh, I just get overwhelmed, you know? Too much stuff. Dave Say Part 1, December 20th. 11 views. A day am I good, unlisted. What the fuck that's about. Take a look at comments here. Great. Excellent. Okay. I got a lot of shit I should do. What can I actually get done? Well, I guess I'll go. I'll see you later. Bye.